Good evening or good afternoon. I would like to call the October 12th, 2023 special meeting of the Everett Public School Board of Directors to order. The purpose of this special meeting is to interview school board candidate finalists and appoint a successor to fill a vacant position for position number 1. It is important for the board to continue the work that it is charged to accomplish and that it is expected by our constituents. It is important that we not take this matter lightly. Will the secretary please call the roll?
President Lassane.
Present.
Vice President Mitchell.
Present.
Director Herman.
Present.
Director Mason.
Present.
As I mentioned, we will be reviewing candidates for the position of School Board Director number 1, vacated by Andrew Nichols. Following an executive session, the board will then meet in public and vote on a final candidate. Dr. Saltzman, would you mind introducing today's agenda?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Directors. This afternoon's agenda provides an opportunity for directors to interview candidates to fill the Board Director's Position 1 vacancy. Following the interviews, there will be an opportunity for public comment. Directors will then hold an executive discussion to discuss the candidate's qualifications, after which they will return to open session to select and appoint a new director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saltzman. If all directors are in agreement with the agenda can be approved by general consent. Very well. We'll now move to section 4.0, which is the candidate finalist interviews. At this time, we'd like to call our first candidate for interview. And that will be Mr. Roman Revelinsky. Please step up to the podium. I would like to direct you to the PowerPoint you will see overhead on the screen. The interview will have 2 parts. Part 1 contains candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question, and how we will be doing that is we'll be going director, 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 and rotate around. Part 2 will be any question that you might have for the board pertaining to board work. We have allocated 10 minutes for this section. We will now begin with question number 1. Mr. Revelinsky. And please correct me if I didn't say that right.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Please relax, take your time,
Thank you.
and don't be rushed.
All right.
Explain your experiences and abilities and how those will enhance your being an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strengths, and how will you use them to be an effective leader and advocate for education?
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here and for considering me for appointment to the board. I appreciate it. And I also appreciate your patience with my cracking voice. First of all, I'm a dad. Okay, I've got 3 kids in the school district. I've got a kid at Penny Creek in 3rd grade, at Eisenhower in 8th grade, and Cascade in 9th grade. With a 3rd grader, I'm in this for the long haul. Okay, I'm going to have a kid in EPS for a decade. Now, I started my adult life in the Navy, and after the Navy, I went to college for accounting, and in grad school, I was a teaching assistant. So I did a little bit of teaching, not much. I did Business 101 with kids that didn't want to be there. And I did accounting and stats with the executive MBA with students that very much wanted to be there and learn. Since then, I've had a successful career in accounting and finance. And I'm active in the schools. Okay, so I'm in the band boosters at Cascade. I'm in Cascade BCP, the Eisenhower PTSA, and I am a curious, authentic leader, and I'm a very caring person. I'm methodical and I have an analytical mind. I lean towards the objectivity of quantitative measures and analysis. I'm comfortable with data and I'm good at gleaning insights from especially financial information, but really any data or information as it kind of interacts or interplays with other information and data that you see. Sometimes even in the absence of it, you can kind of contextually come to some conclusions. I think my greatest strength is my analytical mind and seeing the big picture and making connections. I'm good at effectively communicating complex ideas to a broad audience, and I believe that can go a long way in helping the board exercise oversight and advocate, and I can advocate for data-driven decisions and policies that are made in the best interest of our students.
Thank you. I have a question about our ball, or the lights.
Yes, I will go back and explain those. Those little blips will indicate your 3 minutes. The green one will start you. The orange one will let you know that you've got
A 1 minute left.
1 minute left, 1 minute left. And then the red, when the red light comes on, that means your 3 minutes are up. So,
I'm cut off.
Yeah.
Well-
Yeah, well, politely.
we'll politely do that. We won't push you under the bus. Don't worry about that.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
3 minutes, and that's what the indications will be.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
so that was 2 minutes.
Yes.
You were almost at 3.
Okay.
So it was, the green was on for 2. We're used to having the green on for 2.5 and the yellow on for 30 seconds. So the yellow felt very long for me. But it is, just know that on that red green, you should have your primary and then summarize or conclude on, you have a minute to summarize or conclude when that yellow comes on. And then red, we will be very politely, thank you. So my question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted, because it was different for us. For our normal public comment, the lights have a different order. So thank you for our patience, for your patience with those lights. So my question for you is, why are you interested in becoming a board member, and what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you?
Why am I interested in becoming a school board member? Boy, I wish I had my interest statement. It's ultimately about how much I care about the community and I care about the kids, and somebody's got to do it, and I would love to help. That's it in a nutshell. Is I want to help the kids and I want to help the community. Now, what in the realm of public education is of interest to me? I think the thing that in public education that's the most that I'm the most curious about are things like incentives and key performance indicators and resource allocation. Okay, and so you guys probably don't remember me, but I went to, at one of the study sessions I went to, there was a presentation about grade inflation. And I remember sitting there thinking about what incentives could give rise to grade inflation, and listening to, I forget the gal's name, but listening to the information and what folks are working on about grade inflation. And I was blown away by how I thought it took away some of that incentive to inflate grades. And also with the, but in my mind, I thought that method of grading and providing formal metrics and feedbacks for the kids would actually serve them better in their educational journey. And I think it would help teachers pass the baton over the as a kid progresses from, say, 2nd to 3rd grade, and you get kind of a different kind of metric or grading system. Anyway, so that's the kind of stuff that I kind of nerd out about is the incentives. What gave rise to grade inflation? What are we doing about it? And I'm just amazed at what people can do. And then resource allocation, I think the thing that I wonder about, or that I'm curious about with resource allocation, is how are resources allocated to the holistic education, and how does that, for example, facilities and support services and all of these things that aren't directly related to education. And similarly, I love the arts, I love the performing arts, and so I wonder about how does an organization like this decide what is the right amount to put towards the arts or to put towards support services. That it's just a curiosity to me. You know, I'm a curious person, and I think the thing that
First, say thank you.
I can't even say my one
It's
last
okay. It's
piece.
okay.
You ready? What do you see as the greatest challenges facing students, educators, and the district today?
Boy, I think that I struggle to come up with like one challenge per group, but I think that there are two major challenges facing students, educators, and the district. I think the first is funding. I think that administrators are put under undue challenge when they are given unfunded mandates around special education, and how that downstream impacts educators and teachers, I think also places a challenge on them. Now at the Eisenhower PTSA, we're trying to bridge the gap. We fundraise and we helped the teachers buy educational tools and resources because they asked for it, so we bought calculators, we bought stuff for the Spanish class. And as proud as I am to do that, it's very frustrating that we have to, And so I think funding and funding mechanisms are a real challenge. And I would say the other big challenge is social emotional. I think that, and I have a kid that I'm a little worried about myself. I think that kids are stunted a little bit still, and from COVID. And I think that that manifests as inattentive, disengagement, bad behavior. And I think that disrupts the learning environment and makes it harder on teachers. And I think it makes it harder on other kids that are engaged and want to learn, or on the cusp of engagement and learning. And then you've got kids that aren't. And it just saddens me. But those are the two, I think, the biggest challenges.
Thank you.
I'm up next. Your next question is, our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you?
I think several is an understatement. I think the district is probably doing all they can. There are lots of languages when we get the class books and stuff. There are lots of languages. I think that we're trying really hard. I like that there's a family engagement advisory council, and then there are also parent organizations. The PTSAs. I'm a white guy. I would ask my friends in the PTSA if they think we're doing okay. And I think the other thing that I think about when I think about this is there are parents out there that can't read or write. And if I were in that situation, I would never want to go to the school. I would feel embarrassed. And I think that what we can do as a district is just make sure that our schools are open and welcoming and free of judgment, and we can engage these people from all walks of life. And kind of, I mean, this might be maybe a little idealistic, but break the cycle of poverty too. And involve parents in education and helping the kids. I mean, that's it. And what does equity mean to me? Equity to me means you deploy resources where it's needed the most. You know, I mean, I could give you a metaphor for that, but in the Navy, every sailor is a firefighter, and you spray the water where the fire is hottest. You know, and that's what I think equity means is you give people what they need to succeed.
Thank you.
The next question is mine. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from a school library?
You know, I feel like I ran into this. The first step is empathy, I think, and listening and understanding and engaging. I mean, I think that that's one of the biggest things that the board members do is they engage and they listen. So I would do that. And then I would look up the policy. And then I would make sure I understand the policy. I would probably need help. And then I would get back with the parent and I would walk them through it. I mean, I don't know what else there is to do, right? I mean, you engage and then you help them through the policy.
Well, you will find that some of these questions are that simple. And then there are some questions like the one you had previously with me that are a little tougher. And so this one, it might be simple as well. So thank you. Evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
I have been a leader, a people leader for years. And so I've done a lot of this professional evaluation. And I think it even started in the Navy. I think I did evaluations in the Navy. You know, they're very prescriptive in the Navy, extremely prescriptive. But I would say my beliefs around evaluation is that it's about improvement and growth ultimately. And the process starts with setting goals and setting expectations. And from there, you want to be able to articulate to the person that you are as invested in their success as they are, and you care about them, and you want them to win. I mean, that's it. You want them to win, and you're going to help them. You set goals that are hopefully achievable, relevant to the strategic plan. They're specific, and then you check in regularly, and you talk about challenges, and you talk about achievements, and you encourage them, and you cheer them on, just like you do with a kid, and you say, "I believe in you, and you can do this." You intervene only as a last resort, I think. And in the end, you have a candid conversation about how the year or the period went. And it starts with a self-assessment, I think. You ask, how do you think you did? How do you think we did? And then you have a candid conversation, and you use that really as context for the next year.
Great, you're halfway done, more than halfway done. Next question. One of the responsibilities of being a school board member is making decisions about important issues that impact student and family lives. For example, graduation requirements and the district budget. How do you make decisions now as an individual and as a member of a team?
I make decisions as an individual with all the information that I have available to me at the time. And if that decision affects others, then I talk to them about it, right? And I ask them what they want. You know, I mean, that's it, right? You seek advice from the people that will be impacted by the decision. I want my kid in marching band. Will you please love marching band, right? In a team setting, I value open communication and transparency. I seek as many perspectives and input as I can get. And yeah, understanding the perspective of stakeholders and teammates in decision-making leads to really well-rounded decisions and really good paths forward. In my experience, effective teamwork requires fostering an environment where every member of the team feels valued and is heard, and can contribute and should be able to contribute. Especially like organizations like this where we do have these important goals and this important mission that impacts many lives. One of the biggest decisions that I've made as a team that I'm proud of is when I was at ATS, which is, you know, the second biggest aerospace employer over on Payne Field. We consolidated facilities, and we did that. You know, that was a big kind of that was a big group effort across quality and HR, IT, everybody, and operations. And we complied with contracts. We complied with rules and regulations. We improved performance, not only financial performance, but performance in the eyes of the customer. And we did it without laying people off. And I thought that was remarkable. You know, costs were kind of, I mean, it was challenging. It was restructuring, and we did it without laying people off. And so I'm really proud of that.
Okay. Regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
Yes. Yes. I hope my run for school board and my presence here today is a testament to my commitment and devotion to the Everett Public Schools, to the community, to the students, and to you. I appreciate what you do, and I want to be a member of the team, and I want to help you. You know, what you're talking about here really is mutual accountability. Can we depend on you? And I'm telling you, you can depend on me. I want to impress you with my work ethic. I want to impress you with my attitude. And I want to impress you with my teamwork. I want to be a good team member. I think the other thing that I want to say is, if you appoint me, you won't regret it. You won't regret appointing me.
I get the next question. Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibility. Explain why or why not?
First of all, I am grateful that such things exist because I have a lot to learn, and I need it. I love learning too. I think, I don't think that learning ends when you get out of school. I'm never done learning, and I think that staying on top of things and continuing to learn and grow is critical in being a board member. The world is changing all the time, and to think that someone is done learning, that's not for me. I'm not done. I got a lot to learn. So anyway, I'm grateful. Yes, I love it, and I think the other thing that I think about when I think about conferences and training sessions like this is it helps you in areas where you don't know what you don't know. And that's the hardest area, I think, right? I don't know what I don't know. I know some things that I know I don't know. But anyway, so I think it's great. And, I'm used to it as a CPA. We have continuing professional education requirements, so I'm doing it every year anyway. And, overwhelm me with knowledge, please.
Next question should be an easy one for you. The board holds the superintendent accountable to develop a draft budget aligned with the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
Yeah, I've got a lot of experience with this, as it turns out. And I like the way that you worded the question, because I think all too often budgets are seen as just a numbers exercise, and it's not. It's not just numbers, throwing numbers into a spreadsheet. It's got to align with the strategic plan. It's got to have good underlying assumptions. But anyway, sorry, I digress. My experience with that, I've done it with, I've been doing it for years, and it takes a lot of collaboration across department heads and functional leaders and business leaders to, you do needs assessments, you talk about the goals for their part of the organization in the context of the strategic plan, and you help them make sure they have solid assumptions around what it's going to take. I've presented budgets to CEOs and owners at various different companies. I've tracked budget performance and explained deviations in the context of the strategic plan. Yeah. And I guess an example of that, I think, is when I was at ATS, you have a research and development budget, and you have an operating budget around product development. And if your R&D budget, say you're under budget halfway through the year by 10%, you would wonder, how are we doing then in the context of our product development goals of, say, 40 of these a year? And that insight can change what you do about it a lot. You could be under budget and you could have developed way more products than you thought, in which case the assumptions that went into the budget were wrong, and we can do this work for less, and we're really good. Or on the flip side, if you haven't met or made progress towards your goals, then you've got a much different conversation. Sure, you're under budget maybe a little bit, but you haven't done nearly what we needed you to do. And how are we going to get back on track?
Thank you.
I mentioned we have two parts. We are now at the second part, and you have 10 minutes here. Are there things you would like to share that we may not have asked or you feel are important for us to know when considering your candidacy? Do you have any questions for the board? And you can, if so, please direct them toward me and we'll try our best to answer them.
Okay, so now this is a 10-minute, or the lights are gone?
There's
This
a
is
green
10
light and then the red light will come in on 10.
Okay.
9
All right,
minutes.
super, okay. Are there other things you would like to share that we may not have asked or you feel are important for us to know when considering your candidacy? Yeah, I think so. I may have said it, but I want to reiterate it, that I care deeply about our kids and the future of our community. I'll work hard to learn from you, and I will be an exemplary, fully engaged, and invested teammate. I offer my skills and my expertise and my unique perspective to help make good decisions for the benefit of all our kids. I ran for school board and was a novice. I learned a lot, and the exercise changed my life for the better. I'm healthier, I'm smarter, my relationship with my best friend and my wife is the best it's ever been, and when I run next time, there are things I'm certainly going to do differently, and I'm confident that the outcome will be different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions for the board?
I do. And this comes back to unfunded mandates. But can you help me understand what types of things the board does to address the kind of funding mechanisms and these unfunded mandates?
One of the things that we do, and it's very important that we continue this on a regular basis, we go and we have the opportunity to talk with our legislature. Because the big thing that we have to do is advocate for our students and our community with them, because our funding comes from the state. We have what we call a legislative representative, and that this year is Jen Herman, Director Herman. And I'd like to have her speak on what she's found so important in her role here on the board in that field.
So I want to start out by saying how much I appreciate the question. I think understanding how the funding mechanisms work for our public schools is absolutely important for directors to know about. And then I think that the flip side of that is what you're getting at is our role is really to communicate that back up, what's working, what's not working with our legislators and Olympia, because that is where the majority of our funding comes from. That is in a number of areas. That's both policy related to, and I think you already addressed this, whether it's graduation requirements or other policies that affect the students. But when you talk about unfunded mandates, that's something that we are very keen on communicating back up, and that's what we need to do. So that is a role that I think all school boards have across the state. So I appreciate you recognizing that, and I think that is an important role for us. Yeah.
Thank you.
I can just add to that.
Yes, Director Mitchell.
The important thing too is for those unfunded mandates, we do whatever the state tells us to do, funded or not. And so unfortunately then we do depend a lot on local levies, because the local taxpayers, we have a fabulous community here that has consistently supported our levies. And that's where special services is paid for, because the federal government mandates it but doesn't pay. The state doesn't pay fully, so the local community does. And so what Director Herman said, you have to know the different sources. The federal government pays some for some of our schools. The state pays most of it. And then to cover the gap really is the local taxpayers. And at the same time, the state limited how much we can collect from local taxpayers. So currently, our voters have approved a higher level of taxes than the state will allow us to collect, which is, so our hands are tied. And that's where, when it comes to special services, no matter how much we are paid, we will serve every student to their needs. And we go into a deficit every year because of that. So we're very thankful when the state gives us $4.8 million extra, because it's not extra, it is refilling our coffers. And it is having that keen eye on where the finances are is essential to make sure that we are a going concern, that we can continue to serve these over 19,000 students. So I do appreciate the question too.
Director Mason,
I'd like to see if we have any more questions.
Thank you for that.
do we have any more questions for us?
Do I have time?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
you have time. Your green light is still on.
I mean, based on what you said, I kind of have another question, but I don't want to turn this into a dialogue, so I won't ask it. It's okay. I don't want to get into it. I think the other thing that I'm curious about is, how do you receive and incorporate information that's received or provided at the advisory councils?
One of the things I can give you some, with the fiscal advisory, I think you were a member of the fiscal advisory council. When it comes time for budget, and that budget, you know, is being developed, the department that is the sponsor of your fiscal advisory council would provide us your recommendations as to what areas you as a group decided needed additional resources. Then we sit down and we'll go over the budget, and what we did in previous years, we would place them up on the board in a conference room. And then we would go around with stickies, you know, green being, you have to fund this one, yellow, if we, you know, it's on the lines, if we have additional funds, let's do this, or red, let's not even consider this at this time. And we'll go around and put it up on the board. And usually that's because we've heard from the community as to what areas they felt more funding needed to be applied in certain areas, or we've heard from different departments saying we need to fund these particular areas because, you know, the school's improvement plans didn't meet goals or something, or they would like to invoke a different type of curriculum for certain kids that are in need. You know, we'll get that feedback as well. So we're getting feedback from the district as far as where we should put our resources. We're getting feedback from the community when we have community engagement from that perspective. And then we're also getting feedback from the Fiscal Advisory Council. And then when we sit there and develop the budget, we go around and we look at all the areas where they've said they needed X dollars in. And we try to then decide where's the best place to put additional resources at. Can another director provide a better description of this?
Well, we also have a capital facilities, so that they, when we used to have capital bonds and now we have capital levies, but would go through and sort of give, be the ones that would work with the capital team to see where was the need, where was the age of the schools, where was really if we got a bond, where would we put the money in? So they sometimes will come to us with, here's the $325 million we need. And we say the community will probably only support $250 million. So then we work to say, where's the $250 million out of the 325 that they recommended? Or say maybe we have 325, we might go to them and say, based on your knowledge, where should we spend our 325? And so it's a two-way street with a lot of our committees.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You still have time for more questions.
1 minute, I think.
1
I
minute.
have 1 minute, and I'm just going to spend it to say thank you again. Thank you, and I appreciate what you do, and and I'm proud that my kids are in EPS. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming
Thank
in.
you.
We appreciate you coming in and taking the time. Remember, we have until 3:20 when the next candidate comes in. We'll take a recess, just 5 minutes, so that we can all be back here at 3:15 and be ready for when the new candidate comes in. Thank you. call. Are we, wait, we're recording. Okay. At this time, I would like to call our next candidate for interview, Mr. Satya Ananthu. Please correct me if I'm saying it wrong.
You said it right. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to direct you to the PowerPoint that you will see on the screen. The interview will have two parts. Part 1 contains 10 candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. And on the podium there are 3 different blips. The first light is going to be green. That will indicate that your time has begun and you're still on time. Your yellow light or orange light will indicate that you have 1 minute left. And when the red light comes on, that would indicate that your 3 minutes are up. Part 2 will be any questions that you might have for the board. We've allocated 10 minutes for this section. So we'll now begin with question number 1, and we will go around director asking these questions. And I will start with my first question. Explain your experiences and abilities and how those will enhance your being an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strengths, and how will you use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education?
Sure. I'll go into a little bit of backstory. As I wrote in the application, I immigrated here from India. I had a very privileged childhood in the sense that I have been brought up in a very tough environment with not much resources. So that gave me the ability to navigate tough times and take people along with me and overcome all the challenges that came along the way. So that is one of the most important things as a policymaker. You need to understand how much resources the school board has, what are the challenges that are being faced by the school board, what do the parents need, what do the students need. You have to see, you have to be 4 steps ahead and look into the future to make any policy decisions. So as a student, as someone that have been in the tech industry for the last 17 or so years, and someone who has uprooted entire life from one country and planted myself in another country, I know what to do, when to do, and how to take people along and how to assimilate in the people. So I think those qualities will make me an effective board member. And my greatest strength is my resilience. There have been situations in life that have been very, very fragile, and overcome all of those. We can go into specific examples, but I don't think this is the place for that. How do I become an effective leader and advocate for education? Education made a huge difference in my life. Just like I wrote in my application, my grandmother raised her 3 children as a single mother when she lost her husband as a tailor with very meager income. So that's the background I come from. And today, I couldn't be more thankful for what I have. So education made a huge difference in my life and people around me. So that is the reason I advocate for education and want kids to get the best education they can. And from the leadership perspective, I have been a leader in the technical companies I have worked at. I worked at large technology companies, led large teams and programs, got many projects from getting from a start to finish. And I have been managing people and leading people for quite a long time now. So I could bring all those qualities into this board and help take this school district to the next level.
Thank you very much. And I failed to do one thing, and I apologize for that. I just want to let you know, relax. You're amongst friends. Please take your time, be patient with us, and we'll be patient with you.
Sure.
My name is Pamela Sane. We have Director Tracy Mitchell. We have Director Jen Herman and Director Caroline Mason. And I apologize for not saying that up front.
Yeah, no problem. Hello, everyone.
Hello. So I've got the second question for you. Why are you interested in becoming a board member, and what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you?
Yeah, The biggest interest is giving something back to the community. That's my biggest factor. This country has given me a lot from the time I landed here. So I want to give something back to the community, especially in the education, like I told before. The need for quality education is immense. I'm thankful for the education I received both in India and in the US. The public education, especially in the initial stages, makes a big difference in students' lives. That's the strong foundation for a good future. We want our students to be productive citizens when they go out, and only the public school system can do that to these children. My son is in the public school, Everett Public School. My daughter is going to join next year. I want to play a part in making sure when they come out of high school, they are productive citizens of this country, and they have a positive impact on the society. And we want to make sure these students come out with skills that are useful for them in life, not just read a bunch of books, can answer a bunch of questions, write a bunch of tests, and that's not what we are looking for here. I want to make sure these students have the necessary life skills to succeed in life, and they can compete well. Today it's a globalized world. You don't know where the competition is coming from. These students have to be ready whenever, wherever, whoever they have to compete with, and public school system is the place to pick up those skills, and we have to equip them with all the necessary skills. That is my interest in coming here. And as a parent of 2 children going to the school district, I want to play a part, not be a silent spectator.
Thank you. You just have a little time left, so do you feel like you answered the
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure.
Next question. What do you see as the greatest challenges facing students, educators, and the district today?
Yeah, I think from the students' perspective, there are too many distractions. When I was studying, there were not many distractions. You just go to school, play, study, do something, done. Now there are a lot of distractions for these kids, and it's important to guide them and give them the right path to ensure they are living their life, they are having fun, yet they are picking up all the skills necessary for them to be successful in life. So there is a lot of noise as well. If you look at all the political noise that is coming into the school districts and whatnot, all the social media stuff that is coming into the school district, there are a lot of stuff that is coming in as noise and distractions to kids. As a school district, I think we have to help them navigate through that phase and put them on a right path. For the educators, that's a challenge as well. When you are competing with 10 other things for the students' time, how are you going to educate them? There is going to be, it's going to be a tough job. I'm not going to undermine that. Teachers have a tough job in making sure the students are sticking to the curriculum and they're progressing. So I think those are the challenges. And the district, the most important thing is money. We need money to run the schools, and we need good teachers, good staff, so that whatever we are trying to do here is successful. So I want to ensure the school district has the necessary resources, and whatever we have, we are spending wisely, and we are not splurging on unnecessary things and duplicated efforts. I think that's one big challenge in front of the school district. And also retention. It's important to retain good teachers. It's important to make sure they have all the tools necessary to do what they want to do for the kids. So as long as the school district can ensure that we are all equipping the students and teachers with what we have, I think that's what we need to do here. And it's convenient that I'm neither a teacher nor a student, so I can think from both sides and make it happen.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Next question. Our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you?
Wonderful question. It couldn't be more relevant than, I came from a very multicultural society. I came from India. The diversity and the number of cultures there is mind-boggling. Even more so than here. I think the basic thing that we need to do is to respect every culture and every group of people. As long as we have that respect towards the people, there is no one way to do things in anything in this world. There is no one way. Different people do it different ways. I think we all need to respect that and also at the same time have a healthy disregard and challenge any preconceived notions respectfully. So listen to them, listen more than you speak, listen to them, hear what their concerns are. If any group comes with any specific concerns, listen to their concerns, sit with them, talk to them, and communicate with them by, the regular communication, I think, is key. When you're communicating with all these people regularly on a regular basis and asking them for feedback on what could be better, and as a school district, what could we improve, not just from the board's perspective, from the students, parents, every level of the school district, as long as we get the feedback from them and have a regular dialogue with these people, I think that's going to be a successful model. And equity, I do believe in giving the right opportunities to people. We can't control the outcomes. It's in the individual hands, how they make use of the opportunity that is in front of them. So I believe in giving the right opportunities to all the people. If somebody is financially challenged, what can we do to give them the opportunity that will place them on an equal footing as someone who is financially doing very well? So I'm all for providing the right opportunities to all these people that are disadvantaged so that they have the base to perform and the outcome is totally in their hands. Thank you.
And the next question. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from a school library?
Great question. Very sensitive question. So it's a book in the library. You don't need to read it, right? That's my basic instinct when dealing with this. Yes, this book is available in library. Some people might find it useful. Some people might find it not useful. Some people might find it offensive. We just talked about equity and communicating with different cultures. Yes, some people might find it very useful for them and for their kids, as long as it's good for the student and their parents. I think we need to educate them that, hey, this is a place where people from different backgrounds, different cultures, different thought processes come together and meet as a community. So yes, if it is offensive, for example, there are many sensitive topics. If it's a very I don't know if a specific example I can draw. I have limited knowledge about the American history and all the cultural underpinnings of this country. So I would definitely get feedback from other board members when dealing with that. As somebody asks this kind of thing, there could be some books that should not belong there, and we should pull them from the library if that is the case. But my default thought process is, this is a place where everyone comes together, different people, different thought process. I think our students should have the opportunity to read different kind of books, different process different kind of thoughts, and also it depends on the which school is it? Is it in elementary school or is it in high school? If it's high school, come on, give me a break. They can deal with all those differences, and they need to understand to be able to go into the society and deal with all these different perspectives. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
I have the, I think almost the halfway point, I'm moving us to the second half. So evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about an evaluation of professional staff.
Yeah, superintendent is going to make things happen. So they're the most important person in the school district, I would say. My experience evaluating personnel, I have been in the tech industry for quite a long time, and I have been managing people and leading people for quite some time. Evaluating personnel is part and parcel of the job. These are all highly paid, very smart people coming from different backgrounds, and they make things happen. So when I'm evaluating personnel, I believe everyone has a job to do. There are some goals for the school district. Meeting those goals is the most important thing. So when I'm evaluating the superintendent, that's the number one criteria, whether we are going to, are we meeting the goals set by the board or not. And I'm sure there will be a lot of regulatory kind of things as well. So one, there needs to be a very objective criteria of, are we meeting the goals of the school district or not? If not, why? Is there a good reason why we are not able to meet those goals or objectives set by the board? And we are not going to get everything done. That's, nobody is going to get everything done. That needs to be, a practical perspective of the board. So I would go through the objectives one by one and see what did we set out to do, where did we get, what are the roadblocks we faced along the way, and why did this not get done, and in the next period equip the executive staff with any necessary things to be able to do better the next time.
Thank you.
Okay, for the next question. One of the responsibilities of being a school board member is making decisions about important issues that impact student and family lives. For example, graduation requirements and the district budget. How do you make decisions now as an individual and as a member of a team?
Yeah, I think when COVID hit us, I was one of the people that wrote to the superintendent to, hey, let's shut down the schools for a couple of weeks and see how this thing goes. It does impact all our lives. It does impact especially families that where both parents work and they have nowhere to put the kids. Some families that are in emergency professions, they need to be out of the home and they have no place for their kids. Right. So any decision we make in the school district, any small decision, is going to impact somebody in some way. We have to be very cognizant of that. I think, especially things, examples given there, the graduation requirements and district budget. You cut a program, there will be students that are impacted by that. I think when we are making these decisions, as an individual, when I make this decision, the most important thing I look for is it in the long-term interest of myself, my family, or whoever I'm making this decision for, whether my company or my team, whatever. Right? If we have the right reason for making a hard decision, and we have the right long-term incentives to make hard decisions, even though if it impacts some students in the short term, I think we should go ahead and make that decision while exploring ways to support these impacted students temporarily so that the shock for them is not sudden. It doesn't disrupt their lives immediately a lot. And the budget, there are always hundreds of things competing for the budget. There isn't one single thing we need to do as a school district. Again, talking through all of those things, prioritizing, setting the right priorities for the school district for the long term, I think we can arrive at a decent solution so that whatever decisions we make impact the least number of people in the school district, as long as we have the long-term interests in mind and we are impacting the least number of people possible. I think it'll turn out good. Thank you.
A, regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
I will answer the last question first. I will make them a priority. That's the reason I'm here. And is my schedule flexible? No, I have a full-time job, but I can make it work. I think my boss, my team will be supportive of making accommodations to attend these board meetings, which are an important part of contributing to the community. And my workplace does allow some level of volunteering activity during paid time. So I could avail that as well to participate in these board meetings when there are anything time sensitive that need to happen in the middle of the day. That's all.
Yeah. Your mic is behind your, move your mic.
I have the next question, and we mentioned the superintendent, and I apologize, Dr. Salzman, I didn't introduce you at the first time. This is our superintendent, Dr. Ian Salzman, and I apologize. Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and of board responsibilities. Please explain why or why not.
Yeah. Each one of us need to develop in life. Otherwise, if everything is static, there is no growth for anybody, for us, for people around us. So I do strongly believe that each one of us need to improve our skills, our abilities, exposed to different kind of experiences. So as that personal commitment, although I have a master's degree and have a good full-time job paying 6 figures, I did enroll myself in another postgraduate program and recently graduated from that. I am committed to learning whatever it takes to do this job well. When I'm in a job, I want to do it well. So whatever it takes to do it well, whether it's attending these conferences, training sessions, or talking to people, getting mentorship, getting coaching, whatever it takes, I'm ready to do it. Thank you.
So I have the last regular question. The board holds the superintendent accountable to develop a draft budget aligned with the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
Sure. Yeah, I hold an MBA, so I understand accounting, budgeting, portfolio management, and whatnot. Although I'm not a finance person as such, I am working in a tech organization. So as a virtue of that, every 6 months, every year, there will be an organization-wide planning, which I'm one of the participants in that. Although I haven't managed such budgets at a large scale directly. I have been involved in those kind of things, and I do understand the kind of decisions that go into that and how decisions are made. So I'm comfortable from the perspective of my ability to read, through these budget reports and understand what's going on, and also ask insightful questions to find out if something doesn't make sense. So yes, that's the kind of comfort level I have with this.
I know I said at the beginning we have two parts. We just finished part one. Now we're going into part two, and that is questions for the board. Are there things you would like to share that we may not have asked, or you feel are important to us to know when considering your candidacy? And do you have any questions for the board? And if you would, please direct them to me, and then I may ask one of the directors to expound, but not too much, so because the time is your time.
Sure. My first question is, the board members, are they all uniform? Do they have the same duties? Are there particular things each member of the board focuses on?
Myself, my job is as president of the board, that I prepare and work with the staff to get the agenda for the meetings together. We have a vice president of the board who is the vice president in case, I can't be there and is also there. We have a legislative rep who is our advocate on the Hill, especially, essentially in Olympia, when we have to advocate for special needs and fundings from our representatives down there. Then we have our other board members, but each board member is a board member of a liaison school. So that means that particular board member will go and involve themselves in the workings at that particular schools, any visits to the schools, especially like if they have multicultural night or parent-teacher conference nights where they engage, or have like a fun fitness day. I like to go to those. Or if, schools have music programs and attend those particular programs. So we all engage ourselves into different schools at the time. We have about 5 schools apiece.
Awesome, excellent. What is the most important quality to be successful as a board member? You have been on the board for a long time, so what's your advice for someone that is coming in new to the board?
Go ahead, Director Mason.
I'll take that. I'm coming up on 10 years, so I have a little bit of experience. I think that there are a couple things that I find important with my fellow directors, and one is collaboration, and that comes down to really simple things like listening and seeking to understand, because we may have different perspectives. And then when a decision is reached, that is the decision of the board, and you move forward with that. I think also the other thing that I really appreciate is when directors are prepared and they do their homework. It does take, we talk about attending meetings and attending conferences, but understanding the issues and the topics that present themselves both in our district and in education today, I think is very helpful to bring to the conversation. And then we all have different backgrounds that we can build our decision-making from, and share perspectives with other directors.
Awesome. My last question would be, how do you navigate the sensitive topics of, for example, COVID? There are many, contentious decisions that have to be made during that time, or there could be things like you have asked. There might be somebody finds something offensive to their culture or to their background. So as a board, how do you go through those decisions? How do you deliberate, and what what is the thought process in deciding on that?
Well, the first one that I look at is what does state law require of us? Because if it's a state law, which it was during COVID period, that we masked or that we were not in class, then that's the law. And we have to abide by the law and what the law says we should do. The other things that are at the discretion of the district, we look towards district policies and what our policies allow us to do. And we are guided by that, the law and our policies. And I think that's pretty much it.
I think, and just for our policies, just to give it, we have a state organization that does help develop model policies using the state laws, federal laws. We adjust it to what our local needs are. And we do seek during this policy time, community, public comment. So if somebody has issue with one of the policies, if we're bringing it up, but we are what's considered a policy governance board. So it really is that way. And then we also defer a lot of those local decisions to the superintendent. So we can sit at the higher level of the board, and then he can manage the staff and the decisions that are happening within his control.
And you have to remember, we do a lot of family engagement. We want to hear from our constituents because we represent them. There are certain constituents who really went out on a limb and said, we want to have more music and arts programs within the school district. So we heard that loud and clear. So what we did as a board, we said we want to advocate for that and put our funding resources towards where the community is saying they would like more programs in, because we represent the community.
All right. Those are the questions I have. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
You still have time.
If there's anything that you'd like to share with us. That
I could ask one more question.
Yeah. What about yourself? Anything that you would like us to know about you that maybe not be written down or that you've already answered? And it's okay if that's an off the cuff. I mean, it's part of the first half of the question.
Nothing big. I mean, I have been living in the area for over 8 years now. I love the area. The schools have worked out great for my older kid, and my younger one is ready to go next year. One thing, nothing
All
much.
right. It's all right.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point in time, we will take a recess until 4:10. 4:10, we'll be 5 minutes ahead of our next candidate. 4:10.
flowers.
We will now reconvene. At this time, we would like to call our next candidate for interviews. That will be Carmela Maxwell Runyon. Please step forward to the podium. Before we get started, I want to make sure I do this correctly. I'd like to introduce, if you have yet to meet, our superintendent, Dr. Ian Salzman, myself, Pamela Sane, a school board president, Director Tracy Mitchell, Director Jen Herman, Director Caroline Mason.
Hi.
Thank you. I'd like to direct you to the PowerPoint that you will see on the screen. The interview has two parts. Part one contains 10 questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. And on the podium are 3 little blips. The first blip will be green and will indicate that your time is started for 3 minutes. The second blip will be orange or yellow, will indicate you have 1 minute left on the question, and then the red blip will indicate your time is up. In part two, we will be asking you if you have any questions for the board. We've allocated 10 minutes for this section, and you don't have to worry. We would like you to relax and to pause. Be patient with us, and we'll be patient with you. And we will begin our questions.
Thank you, Madam President.
The first question, oh, I forgot again. We'll be asking simultaneously the next question by each board member.
Did you explain the lights?
Yes, I did.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Explain your experiences and abilities and how those will enhance your being an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strengths? And how will you use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education? You may begin.
Thank you, Madam President. So I am currently a mental health professional. I have a doctorate in clinical psychology, and I am currently a manager of a therapy team for a DBT clinic in Bellevue, Washington. And we serve women and girls presenting. And I have been in the mental health field for over 18 years. I'm also a mother of 4, proud mother of 4 of children that are in the Everett Public School system. And I have had the absolute pleasure, my apologies, of working within the Everett Public School system. I worked with in quite a few capacities as the president of the PTA at Hawthorne Elementary School for 2 years, and helped to kind of turn things around. And I use a lot of my mental health background as a way to inform my thinking and my approach in leadership. So one, treating people with dignity and respect, understanding cultural values and boundaries, and also challenging myself as a leader to continue to communicate and also allow others to teach me. So in essence, always remaining teachable. I also have owned a private practice, so I am a business owner. I understand, business decorum in that sense, and in managing a team, I understand what it is to effectively motivate people and promote them in such a way to bring out the best in them. And in terms of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, get them to that place of being the most effective individual that they can be. And when it comes to children, being a mom is one of the most rewarding things in the world, although complicated. And I am extremely interested in continuing to give back to the community in a manner that is meaningful. I'm also the president of the Washington Family Engagement, and that is a recent development. So in terms of not just on the ground level and volunteerism in that way, but in the legislative sense, I've also penetrated that world and helped to affect change on a more global level. My greatest strengths, I think, are my voice. and the experience that I've had working within the public school system and also being a post-secondary educator. I've been a professor for about 11 years now. And I think that particular realm has really informed me in what matters in education. And it's not just what is in the classroom and what we're teaching, but how we socially and mentally develop individuals from the ground up.
Thank you.
Do I have the next question? And I don't think we've said this to any of the other applicants, but if we're looking down, it's because we're taking notes.
I understand.
Okay.
As a therapist, I will tell you I do the same thing. So
It just occurred to me that we haven't explained that. Okay. Why are you interested in becoming a board member, and what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you?
So to be perfectly honest with you, as a little girl, I wanted to go into politics, and I wondered why I wanted to go into politics. And as I got older and got into mental health and studied with individuals across different disciplines, I realized that, especially as a woman and a person of color, there weren't many people that looked like me in the political realm that were affecting change in a meaningful way. And being a board member of public schools, I think education is something that is extremely important. And in terms of parity and equity, we don't have that across the board. From one public school to the next, from one state, one city to the next, it's vehemently different. And I want to hold people accountable. I want to help and expand the quality of education. And it's extremely important to me to utilize my background, my information, my knowledge as a parent, as a citizen in society. I believe it's my responsibility to give back. And if I can do so in a public and meaningful way, this is something that I would like to contribute. And I think that I always try to do something every day that scares me. To be honest, being a board member puts you in the position of holding yourself accountable and accountable to to the stakeholders that are a part of the Everett Public School system. And I think it's a great way for me to do that.
Thank you.
So for the next question, what do you see as the greatest challenges facing students, educators, and the district today?
I will try and be as succinct as possible. I think there is a fiduciary aspect that affects students across socioeconomic backgrounds. What I mean is that students and families are not afforded the same quality of education or the same access to education, and this is why I'm very invested in public education. I think that there are some cultural competency concerns as well with educators and with families. I think there is a gap. There are still concerns and challenges in bridging the cultural gaps. And I don't just mean from the perspective of racial inequities. I'm also speaking about, individuals, children from the LGBTQ plus communities, those who are physically handicapped or disabled, those who come from a more affluent background versus those who don't have, that kind of monetary income, individuals and children that come from different constellations of families. We are in an era now where more grandparents are starting to take on the responsibility of raising children. And so many of them can't go into retirement. And so that pushes them back into being advocates for their grandchildren and their great grandchildren. And we don't necessarily have all of the resources afforded to grandparents or different, like I said, constellations of families. I also think that there is educator burnout. As a post-secondary educator, I see it in that particular realm as we're constantly arguing as we're unionized, and I see it from friends and family members who are in not only just the public sector, but also the private sector, that there are challenges with feeling heard, feeling appreciated by the communities. Teachers face a whole lot of responsibility, not just for what occurs in terms of academia in the classroom, but also the social and emotional development of children. And effectively communicating that information back to families and having some bidirectionality makes it very, very hard. They have a very hard job to do. And I think that in part, that really speaks to where we are as a society and how we say that we want to continue to sponsor and advocate for those who educate, the future, and we haven't quite gotten there yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was me.
That's okay.
You just have me thinking about other things. Our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you?
I'm going to start with a comment. I absolutely love this question. My background happens to be in DEI and minority and ethnic studies, and particularly in mental health. And I've been involved in a lot of the kind of race talks here with Everett Public Schools. I was part of the diversity committee here. And unfortunately, you're not going to be able to catch everyone, right? So if we can get a good sample of information from individuals and utilize that as a way to inform our best practices and policies within the district, I think that's a great start. Doing some of the things that Everett Public Schools is continuing to do, hosting forums, putting out information about racial microaggressions and micro insults and things that are affecting children and families and our staff as well is extremely important. Providing educational opportunities and also allowing families and support systems to give talks about what they are navigating so that they can also navigate, educate us, right? This is what I mean about that bidirectionality. In terms of how we can also best hear from these particular communities, I think it also starts in the classrooms, having these discussions and talks with children and introducing them to the language that, that is race and ethnicity in an appropriate and meaningful way, and hosting family nights, conducting surveys. I think all of the things that my research analytical brain supports me in saying. The term equity is something that's near and dear to my heart, and I've rubbed many people the wrong way when I say that I don't know that I believe in the term equality. Equality puts people at a disadvantage. Equality means that across the board we are the same, and we are not. And equity celebrates our differences and also provides us with the opportunity to support individuals that may need different resources than we need to bring us to a place of community.
Yep.
Thank you.
I have the next question. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that a parent found to be offensive from a school library?
You're asking a clinician here. So one, I would want to understand from the perspective of that parent what offensive means, because my version of offensive and their version of offensive may not align. And I think our jobs and our responsibility are not to offend anyone directly or purposely, and at the same time, this book may be meaningful to other individual students, faculty, staff within the community. And so I don't think that this is something I would be able to handle alone. This is something I would need to bring back and collectively decide with either the rest of the board or at least have an in-depth discussion about why this is something important to this particular parent. I also would find dialogue to align with whatever it is this individual indicates is offensive, and perhaps engage in a dialectical of, this is something that rubs you the wrong way, and this might be advantageous for someone else to learn from. How can we, meet in the middle and make this so perhaps you might not be able to see this particular text, or we keep you away from this text if it's something that is very important to the collective as a whole, and also respect and be mindful of what it is that, does not align well with you.
Thank you. We're at the halfway done point, so.
Wow.
Yeah, it goes, it's amazing how fast it goes.
Very.
So evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
I'm going to try not to look at Dr. Saltzman here. So once again, I've had the pleasure of working with the former superintendent, vice superintendent, and I hire individuals and interview and do a lot of vetting pretty much on a daily basis as a clinician and as a manager. And I believe that one's attitude about the job, about the position, and about what they are about to engage in are extremely important, sometimes even above and beyond what is written on paper. I have had the pleasure and displeasure of vetting a lot of resumes and people that are extremely book smart or have a very grade A sense of self and come into positions and are unable to fulfill the particular role. And in dialoguing, an evaluation is something that continues to happen over time. So in the position of superintendent, for example, which is a huge responsibility to the community and to, our students, I don't believe that the assessment process is something that stops here. It's not something where we interview once. It is a collective and then also a singular process that takes place over time to continue to see if this individual is a good fit. And particularly for this situation where the board is responsible for vetting the potential superintendent, that there are values that are talked about, that are important, that are shared, and that also trickle down and represent the microcosm that is our community. So I think that the evaluative process is one that is one of longevity.
Thank you. For the next question, one of the responsibilities of being a school board member is making decisions about important issues that impact student and family lives, graduation requirements, and the district budget, for example. How do you make decisions now as an individual and as a member of a team?
So as an individual, that I think it's a little bit of a misnomer. As individuals, we are always a member of a team. And so even if we are tapped on to solely make a decision, we are influenced by other members of our team, our community, our children, our families, those who are important to us, and also those who have opposing beliefs, right? Because just because we have opposing beliefs doesn't necessarily mean, or does not mean, that these individuals need to be devalued. So I make decisions strategically. I'm very careful about how I make decisions, because everything I do, from being a mother all the way up to the top of being a clinician, affects the lives of someone or some group of individuals. And so I take it very seriously. And as a member of a team, I have to remember that sometimes I have to step away from the equation so that we can be we. And if we can come to a decision that makes the most sense and also is representative of the needs of a particular community, then I am on board. And so I don't make decisions lightly. I am strategic. I do analyze, and I also take the time to review historically what has been done so that we're not continuing to, recreate chaos.
Okay, regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, And will you make them a priority?
Absolutely. This is something that's very important to me, and I am a stickler for time management. It was something that I was not always the greatest at, especially when I started out as a clinician, trying to market myself and get myself out into the community and create a business acumen. But my children are the most important individuals in my life. And so to prioritize this means to prioritize them. And my job is actually well aware that I'm here right now doing this interview. And so they're in support of the potential of me being in this position. So absolutely.
I have the next question.
Yes.
Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibilities, and explain why or why not.
This is an important question. So I have never been on a school board before, but I have been on several boards. And the development of a board requires that the members are representative of, as aforementioned, the community that it serves or the communities that it serves. And so because we are responsible to that community or communities that we serve, it is important that we take the time, like today, to ensure that a person's intentions and each board member's intentions are in the right place, albeit sometimes might be moving targets because of cultural, fluctuations and particular needs at any given time. But it is really important to attend these trainings to understand board structures, B, what other boards are doing right, what works. Are we being culturally inclusive and culturally sensitive? Are we engaging in best practices? Are we spending enough time talking about particular concerns and issues? Are we addressing things in a mindful and meaningful way? So I don't have a why not, but for the why, as a person who has been in mental health for a long time and feels like being a mother for an eternity now, it's important to continue to grow and not think that that competency is a level that has a bookend, where we stop learning, stop remaining teachable, because as our world and our communities continue to shift and the ways in which our families look and shift change, we too have to go with that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the last of the regular questions.
Okay.
The board holds a superintendent accountable to develop a draft budget aligned with the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
Certainly. So as the manager of my team, my therapy team, so I manage over 50 individuals right now, which is the biggest team that I have singularly had to manage. I had to get very familiar with budgets and being accountable for where every cent was going and ensuring that they were being allocated to the appropriate places. The business office does not like when things are not accounted for, but also it's important to be responsible with your funding and do what you say you are going to do with the monies that you are presented with in a budget. In terms of budget development, I have been on a few budgetary teams where we had talked about what is needed in terms of services, and then had to structure a budget around those particular services. And I know each budget development committee is different one to the next, but there are certain tenets that are pretty consistent, I think, across the board. So for me, it's very important that, one, we don't have one particular gatekeeper, which in terms of like the superintendent, Dr. Saltzman, you are accountable too, right? The rest of the board and the community in terms of how money is spent and how funds are allocated. And so that we are using our voice, our knowledge, and what community members say they want in terms of public education, that we are allocating those funds in a responsible manner.
So we've just finished part 1. We are now moving to part 2. And this is the section in which you have the opportunity to ask the board questions. Are there things that you would like to share that we may not have asked, or that you feel are important for us to know when considering your candidacy? Do you have any questions for the board? And if so, please direct them to me. I may engage the other directors to assist me in answering them.
Certainly. I need one moment to just take a look at this question again.
You got 10 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
10 minutes.
I'm a stickler for time. So one comment and then a question is, this is, in full transparency, a very daunting process to present myself in a manner, to you all, and in essence, to market myself as an individual for this particular position. But my belief is that as a person of the community, it is very important to me to serve in this way and continue to develop my business sense and how I can affect change in a very different manner from this bird's eye view. And so I wanted to just share that it is important that I think anyone that is in this particular position has that kind of knowledge and background and has had experience with navigating situations, especially when it comes to our children. My questions are a little more, I don't know how I want to word this, but I am actually genuinely interested in why all of you were interested in becoming board members, because what is of value to me is to see alignment. And it's important for me to hear that, just as you were interviewing me, I'd like to know what makes being on the board important to all of you.
I don't mind starting off.
Yes, ma'am.
I think when I first ran for school board, my concern was that are we giving students or children within our community the same foundational educational experience, no matter where they live in the district? Are we giving them that same foundational experience? Now, we can supplement that and give them more,
Right.
but to ensure that, as well as, are we preparing all kids for after graduation? I mean, we say 75% or 80% of our students graduate. What about the 25% or 15% that don't? What are we doing to help ensure that that number goes up and we have a pathway for them for success?
I love that response, and I love that you haven't othered those individuals. I think as a mental health professional, othering is something that is a cue for me, and so it's important to hear that we're not just focusing on the success stories, but we're also looking at areas of growth. So thank you.
I get mine is, it's much longer. I have a long path of how I got here, but it really summed up to, at the time, almost 10 years ago, I was appointed. There was a different personality type up here, that there's a difference between disagreeing and just being disagreeable.
Yes.
And I think we do a good job of countering each other sometimes because we have different perspectives. And at the time, there was somebody that I wanted to be able to have a voice against, to support the others. And she luckily resigned I think that's when Caroline took the position, then somebody else resigned, and that's when I got, but it was that call to service through PTA work, foundation work. It was really a call for me, and just to be a reasonable voice up here to support all students.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll go next. My why, actually, I was in your shoes a little over a year ago doing this process. And it was simply out of love for this district and wanting to stay involved. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And you'll hear some repetitiveness, I think, in our responses.
Oh, no, I'm looking for it. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I grew up in a household where community service was foundational, I guess. And I also grew up with past generations in my family where public education was very important. And I never pictured myself in this role, but when my children were going through the process and I realized they were going to have an amazing education, I wanted that for all our students. And I thought maybe I could bring my background and my expertise to the board.
Thank you. That was my one big question. And I think that sums it up for me.
Thank you very much for coming out, and thank you for looking at applying for this job. Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
Thank you.
We have 15 minutes until our next candidate comes forward. We will take a recess for 10 minutes and be back at 4:55. That'd be 5 minutes before that next candidate comes on board. Thank you. Technology. Now that we have people that zoom in on us, we have
Oh,
to be,
how many people are on Zoom?
I don't
Is
know.
there anybody on Zoom?
Okay. We will now reconvene. At this time, we would like to call our next candidate for interviews. That person is Ryan Weber. Please step up to the podium. Mr. Weber, before we get started, I'd like to introduce our superintendent, Dr. Ian Salzman. My name is Pamela Sain. I'm president of the school board. Next to me is Director Tracy Mitchell. Next to her is Director Jen Herman. Next to her is Director Caroline Mason.
Welcome.
Now that you're here, please be relaxed. Take your time, be patient with us, and we'll be patient with you when you answer the questions. The interviews will have two parts. Part 1 contains 10 candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. Part 2 will be any questions that you may have for the board. We've allocated 10 minutes for part 2, so please plan accordingly. We will be answering the questions one director at a time in order. And take your time, answer them. On the podium will be 3 blips. The green light indicates your time has started. The orange light or yellow light will indicate you have 1 minute left. And when the red light comes on, that will indicate that your time is up. And please plan accordingly. I will start off with the first question. Explain your experiences, abilities, and how those will enhance your being an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strength, and how will you use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education?
Hi, thank you, Madam President, Superintendent Saltzman, and all of the directors of the board for having me here. So there's a multitude of experiences that I bring to the table here, to include, I guess, first of all, being a parent of children in the district. On top of that, I have a lifetime of service, starting with 4 years in the military, right out of high school. So more recently, currently that is, I am the chair of the Delta Neighborhood Association here in Everett. And so speaking more on that, that really keeps me in touch with the issues of the neighborhood, families, children, people of all ages. And I've done a lot to really advocate for the kids and the community. We've hosted fun events at the parks, Shakespeare in the Park, we've done 3 times now. We've done art festivals in the park. We've done National Night Out, a number of things. We have hosted many of our meetings at Hawthorne Elementary. So I've got a good working relationship there with the administration there. I think, yeah, I mean, my leadership as the neighborhood chair, I work with virtually all departments of the city, from the mayor's office to council to parks department, public works. We've advocated a lot for pedestrian safety, safe routes to school. That's a big issue in that neighborhood for sure. And then, yeah, I mean, I come from a mixed blended family household, dual language. So we speak Spanish and English. And so I understand what a lot of our community members go through. Coming to school may not be their first language. They may not feel necessarily that they're going to be welcome there, but with the experience I've had at the school, I think the schools are doing a great job at that. But, I bring that perspective as well to the board.
Thank you.
Want just to point out, if you see us looking down, it's because we're taking notes. We're not being rude, or trying not to be rude. So my question is, why are you interested in becoming a board member, and what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you?
So I am interested. I've really always been interested in public service, in really helping to raise, the future leaders of tomorrow. I just think that's always really important. And so this to me represents a step in that direction. And special interest. I'm not sure if I would get into specifics on special interests. What is a special interest to me? Not sure what that means, but education in general, I think it is it's a community effort. It takes, families, teachers, children, the PTA, community organizations, and bringing community together, I think is really a big part of what schools are for. Some of the good that they do is, it's not just academics, it's not just sports, and it's not just, after school activities or being a safe place for the kids, but it is also a place that builds community and that teaches these children how to be good community members. And that's really important to me.
Great, thank you. So for the next question, what do you see as the greatest challenges facing students, educators, and the district today?
I'm not sure that there is one single answer to that, but I think we're certainly facing budget shortfalls. We're dealing with children feeling a sense of contentment, happiness, and belonging kind of as they get older. There are kids struggling with that today. Those are big issues as kids grow and adjust from early childhood to teen years. It's a big adjustment. And so it takes school staff, teachers, administrators, counselors, and, working together to guide children as they move towards adulthood. I think that's always the number one challenge, is really steering kids into fruitful, happy lives as adults. That's the goal. Aside from the budget, which is obviously a big issue, probably, technically the number one thing that the board is really actually doing. But it really comes down to the kids and making sure that we're focused on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you?
Yes, okay. So I've gone from, was born and raised in Seattle, and I lived near, went to Denny Middle School, which is over there by, oh my gosh. Anyway, the Seattle Housing Authority properties that were there back then, they've since kind of been rebuilt, but it's extremely diverse there. And then I've moved to here where I am, that happens to also be a very similar situation. And yeah, I've had experience working with the Hispanic population, as well as dealing with the Marshallese. They have their festival there at Jackson Park every year, and I always try and keep in the loop with what they're doing as well. And I have a child who has gone through the dual language Spanish program, and I would like to see that expanded if possible to at least one other location or more locations. It's really a great way to you bring Spanish as a first language kids, and you bring English as a first language kids, and you kind of merge them together as a class, and they go through each grade together and grow in both languages. And I was kind of worried that maybe my child was not learning English, like English that's going to get them into, college and pass, be able to write papers and everything. And I started quizzing them myself about vocabulary, spelling, and turned out they're doing just fine in English. So I think that's a pretty cool program that we've got one school currently. I'd like to see more of that. And then aside from, of course, having translation, and the more we can speak the language of our kids and our parents, that helps as well. Try to, we really have to make everyone feel welcome. So that is, well, in equity, so not every child, not every person is the same, and they have different needs. They come from different backgrounds, and they're, I think there's not a single approach that works for every child. So you really have to dig into it and, see what's going to work best for each child, and with their background in mind.
Thank you. I have the next question. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that parent found to be offensive from the school library?
Yeah, that seems to be a topic that comes up. Gosh, I really value education, and a very broad spectrum of education. I think there's a lot of value in a variety of experience, and sometimes reading things that may make you uncomfortable, take you out of your comfort zone. I personally, I don't think it's my job to be policing the school library book by book. Well, I suppose it may come down, I don't know if it comes down to a vote on specific books. Probably it could at times. I would generally leave that up to the librarians to choose what they think is best. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of censorship, so.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're at the halfway point,
Okay.
so great job. So evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
Okay, so I've been through plenty of evaluations myself, on both sides. I've worked for, primarily some of my management experience. I've worked for the census 2 different decades. And I managed an area. And so I had supervisor experience there, and I did have to perform, give out verbal warnings, written warnings, the whole kind of spectrum of everything to, saying you're fired. And I did have to do that. I'm a pretty straightforward thinker, straightforward person. I kind of like to get to the point because I'm pretty systematic about things. I really get down to what is the data, or what is the background behind their performance. I certainly don't let things get personal. It's not my job to be personal. It's my job to evaluate based on the performance of the job. So I really believe in that. Integrity is important, professionalism, and really getting the work done that the board sets out for the superintendent. So holding them accountable, is part of that. I think I really believe in being fair and balanced in that.
Great, thank you. For the next question, one of the responsibilities of being a school board member is making decisions about important issues that impact student and family lives, graduation requirements, and the district budget, for example. How do you make decisions now as an individual and as a member of a team?
Okay, so in everything, I try to take an analytical approach, look at the financials and the other, or demographics, or the, data, what have you, kind of lay out what's the issue at hand, identify the issue, look at the substance and the options, and then you weigh a decision based on that. There's not usually a perfect solution. There's going to be sacrifice, give and take one way or another. And so the challenge is finding a way to really keep towards the goal of advancing our students through the education system to lead those happy, healthy, productive lives. It really just comes back to what is the mission and how do we best accomplish it, and looking at everything before you, and making probably a tough decision.
Thank you.
Okay. School board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
Yes, my schedule is flexible. I do have a full-time job. I am able to take time for meetings, take time off, use PTO, attend virtually if necessary or in person. I currently actually, you'd be surprised how many meetings I do related to trying to, we're working with the Housing Authority on building a new community there. I don't know how much you know about that, but it's 1,500 units proposed at the moment. Currently, they've been moving in a lot of single parent households, homeless families essentially into that area who attend mainly Hawthorne, I believe. And I've been doing a lot of meetings with different organizations, trying to get some community partners lined up to make it a thriving community. I hold meetings with other city departments as well, which is usually during the workday. So, yeah.
Thank you. I have the opportunity to ask you the question number 9. Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibilities, and explain why or why not.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, my belief is that life is a learning process, and yeah, I'd be happy to attend conferences when they come up, both locally, nationally. I mean, there's a lot we could learn from other districts, other states. So yeah, I think that's pretty valuable, and I can do that. That really is, something I live by is just constant process improvement. So constant improvement, constant learning. You can't, there's no sitting still. And definitely the lights are not working, so I don't know how much time's left, but
Lights aren't on. Do we have the 10-minute light on?
It shouldn't be the 10-minute, it's still.
You're still in
Don't worry,
10
just
minutes.
finish your
Don't worry,
Okay.
you've got time.
No, it's the 3 still. We're not at 10 yet.
the 3.
Oh, 3, okay. Yes, you still have time, 3 minutes, yeah.
What was I saying? Yeah, constant learning. Gosh. Yeah, I think that pretty much summed it up.
It's
Okay,
fine,
that's
it's fine. Sorry about the light issue
Yeah,
there.
it's okay.
So I have the last question. So Jared, are you going to reset the lights? No problem. Okay, yeah, sorry, it was just still green. The board holds the superintendent accountable to develop a draft budget aligned with the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
Okay, well, I'll start with a small organization, which is the Delta Neighborhood Association. I work with that budget annually. We do have a fairly significant pot of money that we're grateful to have, and we make decisions, annually on how to spend that. And actually, I write a lot of grants so that we don't spend it all. I've also been past treasurer of my local church. I did that for 2 years. They were going through quite a bit of changes and tough decisions at that time as well. And always went through a very democratic process, which we do as a neighborhood as well. In the past, yeah, let's see. I mean, I've worked a lot in finance. I also pay quite a bit of attention to the city budget and that whole process. So, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely willing and able to pour through budgets and look at different line items, and that's something that I'm experienced with. on a more of a business and medium to smaller to nonprofit scale. Yeah. Yeah.
We are now finished with part one.
Okay.
And now part two is when you ask questions of the board. Are there things that you would like to share that we may not have asked you, or that you feel are important for us to know when considering your candidacy? You have questions for the board. And please direct the questions to me, and then I may solicit the other directors to answer those questions.
Okay. In your opinion, what is, you kind of asked me that, but what is the number one issue affecting the board at this time?
Well, we may all have different opinions, but I would say my biggest concern is the budgetary situation with funding and the lack of the state not fully funding basic education. And that we rely so heavily on what our community, and thank goodness we do have a grand community that really supports education, what the community gives us as far as our levies. When we ask for different funding, in levy forms for enrichment programs, we do use that money for enrichment programs, but I must say that certain things within that pot are still basic education, and our state is not doing a very good job of fully funding basic education. Do you have any other questions? Would you like to hear the response from each one of us?
I would, from any of you
Okay.
who would like to respond.
Go ahead.
I would say, in addition to what President Lassane said, student achievement after, especially post-pandemic, and our ability to truly prepare students for their next step after graduation. And part of that, entwined in all of that, is also the social and emotional well-being and health of our students and our staff. You can't achieve if you're not healthy. And so those are two very integrated issues and topics that we spend a lot of time on.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just chime in that those cover the multiple ones, more than two for me. And they are, as Director Mason pointed out, they all are integrated. So I'll leave it there.
And I guess it's not a concern because it's going well, but how do we keep it going well? This is a growing diverse community, which how do we continue our efforts and continue to grow and strengthen them? Something that we can't take our eyes off the fact that just that growth and the change and the real impact on this community, especially with the budget, with the social emotional, it's everything.
Yeah, well, I echo those sentiments of the budget and the social emotional experience of the kids and the staff. It's been a rough couple of years. Let's see. So for any of you who'd like to respond, what surprised you most about the role of director?
What surprised me? What I'd have to put it, what excited me about the role. And I would say the greatest excitement I get is graduation, when I see kids graduating. And then I focus then afterwards on those that did not, and how are we preparing them to get ready for their next success?
Mm-hmm.
How are we preparing to get them ready for graduation? Because that excites me very much.
Mm-hmm.
Director Mason.
I can answer what surprised me. I think I didn't realize how policy-driven a school board is. So all the decisions that we make and essentially everything we do is backed by a policy, and that policy is grounded in best practices. We get model policies at a state level, and then we decide how to modify them or not based on our district's needs. But that really is what drives the work we do, and so we do spend a lot of time looking at policies.
I think that's what I was going to say, and it's something the community doesn't understand. The only person that we hire and replace is the superintendent. Everything else is his responsibility or his delegation, or or maybe in the future or her. That did surprise me, but it is just the community to understand that policy, that governance, that we aren't here to discipline, we aren't here to correct, we aren't here to decide what's happening in a classroom or a school building. We really have to stay at this level, and it's surprising how hard it is to keep ourselves at this level, always being at that 30 or 60,000 foot level, and letting the superintendent and his team manage what's happening on the ground. And that surprised me, how hard it is to maintain that.
I'll chime in my answer. I think the level of required transparency of serving the Open Public Meeting Act sort of surprised me a little bit, thinking that there would be more work going on behind the scenes. And yet, when three of us get together, it requires a public meeting and therefore gets announced and people are allowed to come. So I think that was the one thing that I would say surprised me.
Right. Yeah. Quorum. Right. Okay. Gosh, yeah. I think something I forgot to mention is, apart from just the dual language programs, I like the programs like the ORCA, and I have actually had some discussions with the port and a couple of administrators of the school. This was a year or two ago, exploring the idea of more of a maritime academy as well to get, Everett is a port town, to get that maritime academy going, like some other local schools do have. It'd be a great way to get some of those, we've got kids that are college bound and kids that are not college bound. And I think we have to get comfortable with that being okay, and get all kids ready for success. And definitely maritime is something that provides a lot of opportunity here in our district. So I don't think I have any more questions.
You have lots of time, so if you did, you can share.
Okay, I'm generally, like I said, I like to analyze things. I like to dig into details of policies and budgets, and I do kind of get to the point. I don't tend to, I'm not overly verbose, so I just kind of get to the point.
Well, I would like to thank you very much for coming out and submitting your name for candidacy for this position. Thank you so much for your work.
Okay. Thank you to you all.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Have a nice night.
You too.
With that, we will be taking a recess until 5:55, at which time at 6 o'clock we will have our next candidate, Mr. Nathan Shelby.
Here's sandwiches and stuff.
We will now reconvene. At this time, we would like to call our next candidate for interviews, and that is Mr. Nathan Shelby. Please step up to the podium. I'd like to introduce all the people that you see up here on the dais. We have our secretary, Darlene Vonnegas. We have our superintendent, Dr. Ian Salzman. Myself, Pamela Sane, I'm president of the board. We have our vice president of the board, Director Tracy Mitchell. We have our legislative rep, Director Jen Herman. And we have our director, Caroline Mason.
Hi, welcome.
Nice to see you all.
I'd like to direct you to the PowerPoint that you will see on the screen. The interview will have two parts. Part 1 contains 10 candidate questions. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question. Part 2 is questions for the board. We've allocated 10 minutes for this section. We will be going one question by each board member as we go around.
Okay.
And I'm asking you to just be relaxed. You know, we'll try and be very patient. Please be patient with us. And thank you for coming here this evening.
Oh yeah, not a problem.
I will start with the first question.
Lights.
Oh, the lights.
Oh, the lights. On your podium, see, that's why I say, please be patient with us. On your podium, there are 3 blips. The first blip will be green, and that will indicate your time has started. The orange blip, which will be the second one, will indicate that you have 1 minute remaining on your question. And the final blip will turn red, and that will indicate that your question or your time for your question is up.
Okay.
Do you have any further questions?
Nope.
Okay, great. I will start with the first question. Explain your experiences and abilities and how those will enhance your being an effective board member. What do you consider to be your greatest strengths, and how will you use them to be an effective leader and an advocate for education?
Sure. I have extensive experience in information technology, and I have spent a number of years in civic life, both with the Animal Shelter Advisory Board for the City of Everett, the Districting Commission, and the Technology Advisory Council, which I joined for the school board, through the school board last year. So I spend a large percentage of my time volunteering civically. I spend a ton of time doing architecture, design, and engineering review as part of my day job, which is very much similar to a policy standpoint, right? Like you're creating a draft of something that somebody else is going to implement. And so you have to work with a number of stakeholders. You've got to look at a number of legal compliance documents, that kind of thing, work through all of that, and then come back with something that everybody is kind of okay with. Sometimes everybody's happy with, sometimes they're not. There's going to be some stuff that, you know, you just kind of have to do because that's what the legislature has said, or similar things. And you just have to do them. You don't get to say no. And then once you've built that document, you can kind of come to a consensus on, you know, implementing it and having the representative that you've chosen, Dr. Saltzman, go forth and do that through his staff. So that is what I bring to the table in terms of my experiences. I consider kind of my greatest strengths to be the analytical thought process that I bring. I do a huge amount of troubleshooting for any number of things, and working through those problems in a methodical way is what I do. And I think that I could bring that to being an effective leader on a policy board such as this, because that's what we're doing at the same time, right? You're creating a policy document, you're working through all of the things to bring Everett's particular view of how things should be done to run the district. There we go. And then use those things to work to provide an educational guidebook and like a framework as to how everything is going to be run. And I feel that I should be involved in education because I've got 1, soon to be 2 children here. So yeah, education's always been huge for our family.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to just say too, if we're looking down, it's because we're taking notes.
Yes, that's
So
perfectly
listening.
fine.
Yeah, thank
Yep.
you. So my question is, why are you interested in becoming a school board member, and what in the realm of public education is of special interest to you?
All right, so I am interested in becoming a board member because I feel that I should be involved in something that's going to be a large part of my life. I have a daughter who's 6 and a forthcoming child, and I assume for the next number of years I will be in the public school system. And it's important to me that that is something that is of a good quality where I live. And I like that what Everett is doing, and I figure that I can help do that. With my time, and it's important to give back to the community. My grandmother was a Seattle Public Schools educator for 38 years. And so between that and my dad, it was always instilled in me that like education is something that you go forth and do. We were not in an economic position to go through higher ed, but continual learning, getting that, into you is like, it doesn't matter. You always have to keep constantly learning. And so that is something that is a big part of my life, and I hope to give to my kids. Education, special interest to me would be the technology side. I think it's a huge part of our daily lives, and making sure that we have policies and the ability to provide that education to our children is very important, because if not, we're going to get left behind.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next question. What do you see as the greatest challenges facing students, educators, and the district today?
I think some of it is going to be, for the district, I think it's finances, right? Figuring out how we deal with the budget shortfall. How do we ensure that, we want to meet the demands of our paraeducators? We had McCleary decide like, this is what basic ed is. And then the state was like, yeah, we'll worry about this other thing over here later. So convincing the state that they really do need to worry about this, I think is kind of like, well, specifically your role, man, as a legislative rep, right? Is to get that out in front of them and make sure that they know that we really do need to provide for these folks in this way. Students, I think it's adapting to the combination of what will be some form of hybrid and in-person learning. I think that, we saw this huge dip as a result of the pandemic. We've come back, but getting to a place where we don't necessarily need to shove everybody to higher ed, but we can put them in a place where they learn best, right? So it's making sure that they have the opportunity to learn in a way that works for them, and they succeed at, because not everybody learns the same way. Not everybody is books or video or in person or whatever. But if we can present multiple learning pathways for folks, I think that would be huge. Technical ed, et cetera. And just retaining our educators, right? Like once they're here, fantastic. Let's get you into Everett. Let's provide for your professional growth. Let's make sure that you're happy, because we like to have happy, well-paid teachers and paraeducators and everybody else, right? Like I want the whole school to be happy.
Okay. Our district includes several cultures and communities. What suggestions do you have for how the district can best hear from and communicate with our richly diverse population? What does equity mean to you?
Equity to me is equal input. It is equal opportunity. It's not necessarily equal outcomes. That is my version of equity. That may not be everybody else's. But as to appearing from everybody else, I think that is it's paramount, right? Like it's not just one group of people who have command of the entire district, and it shouldn't be. We have such a breadth of life experience and culture in this city, and it is fantastic. And so if we find a group of folks that maybe we're not hearing from all the time, we can look out to those community leaders or members of those families and say like, hey, how can we better serve you? Let's really get into those communities and say like, where should we meet you? Is it here in the boardroom? Is it at your school? Is it at your community events? Is it at your particular festivals or what have you. It's being out in the community all the time, and not necessarily, maybe not everything is an email or a phone call. It's going to be boots on the ground with community representatives for those folks in those areas, listening and hearing that feedback and bringing it back to the board.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have the next question. What would be your response if you were personally requested by a parent to remove a book that parent found to be offensive from a school library?
I am fairly certain there's a policy document on this somewhere, so I would probably see if I could locate that policy document, provide myself a little bit of guidance. If not, I would direct them probably to staff that would handle that particular request. It's not my job or similar to determine who finds what offensive, right? That's not the board's, I don't believe it would be the board's position. Personally, I am a huge free speech advocate, and I think you should be able to consume as much speech that you disagree with all the time, because it's the only time, it is the only time that we get to see everything from everybody, and we get to learn and figure out why people hold those particular views, talk through them with them, listen, understand, and that's at the point where you can potentially impact that viewpoint. But you have to be able to have to be willing to listen to do that. And if you're banning, books that you find potentially offensive, you're not hearing that viewpoint.
Thank you.
Yes.
Halfway done. So evaluating the superintendent is a key role of the board. Please describe your experience in evaluating personnel and your beliefs about evaluation of professional staff.
Sure. So I have done a little bit of management in my professional career. I am responsible on occasion, depending on where I'm at, for evaluations, reviews, for like what the person has accomplished, what they said they were going to accomplish, metrics, gathering whether or not they are fulfilling the portions of their contract if they're contracted staff. And then working with either other leadership or coming to the conclusion myself that they are or not, and dispensing with the contract accordingly. I think that I believe that the structure is that the board contracts with Mr. Saltzman, so there's a defined amount of stuff that he is supposed to be doing for the board. And that may be wrong. I'm not entirely sure that I can ask you a two-way question, but if that's the case, right, there are metrics that the superintendent has to meet. And if they're not being met, I would assume that during different performance reviews throughout the year, the board would communicate that to the superintendent. Superintendent would, figure out, hey, we're not doing this. Why aren't we doing this? What resources do they need? And, adjust as the year goes on, right? It's not like you show up, congratulations, 366 days later, no, you're fired because there was no feedback. It's not healthy for anybody. It's a continual conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, for the next question. One of the responsibilities of being a school board member is making decisions about important issues that impact student and family lives, graduation requirements, and the district budget, for example. How do you make decisions now as an individual and as a member of a team?
So as an individual, I try to gather as much information as I can about a thing that I am looking to decide upon. If there is objective data, great. If it is subjective data, I try to get multiple viewpoints from trusted sources. If there are no viewpoints from a trusted source, I try to see what we've got in terms of just a general consensus on a particular thing, and then kind of go with your gut if it's a subjective thing. If it's an objective thing, that decision, the data really should be data driven, and you should be able to decide based on what the data says. As a member of the team, I do a number of things. I bring my experience. I'm sure I bring my biases because everybody has them. I bring what I hope to be as a wealth of knowledge about an issue that the team is facing. We talk about it and generally come to a consensus. You know, the more unanimous, the better off we are. Sometimes they're not unanimous. And in that case, you bring a viewpoint or a position, defend it. Sometimes you play the devil's advocate just to get everybody else to clarify their views a little bit better. And once the team has come to a consensus, you deal with it. Sometimes you're going to lose. And that's just part of life.
Okay, regular board meetings take place twice a month. Work study sessions often take place twice a month as well. There can also be time-sensitive meetings held during the workday. Is your schedule flexible enough to allow you to attend these meetings, and will you make them a priority?
Yes to both of those questions. I'm not sure I could expound on that for 3 minutes, though.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please describe your beliefs about the importance of board development. Given your beliefs, explain whether you are committed to attend local, state, and national conferences and training sessions to expand your knowledge of education and board responsibilities. And please explain why or why not.
Yeah, I think it's crucial, right? The folks that we have leading the district need to be the best that we can put forward, hopefully, right? They should be the people that are educated about education, that they have an expertise in education. I think the last time I was here talking about something similar, you know, we had a candidate come who had like a master's in public ed, and it was fantastic. Like, yes, that person I want leading the district. And I think you guys ended up selecting her. So, you know, like, yes, like, fantastic, right? I think that's really important, right? It should be the people who are best fit for the role and who have the most to offer, because that is where you're going to get the most out of those individuals for the greatest benefit of the community. And so, you know, if you don't have somebody who's maybe well-versed in all the eccentricities of the particular, you know, board function or board structure, yeah, train them up, whatever. Like, I mean, like if there's a national conference or a local conference, yes, go do the thing. It, you know, it will make you a better board member for, you know, us as the public paying you for you to do this, or, you know, not paying for you to do this. I don't know how that functions, but yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the last of the regular questions. The board holds the superintendent accountable to develop a draft budget aligned with the district's strategic plan. Please describe your knowledge and comfort level with budgets and budget development of large organizations.
Oh, here's my weak point. Define large organization. I think the largest budget I've had to develop is for something along the lines of 30 or 40 million and a team of tens or so folks. And most of that spend is large technology purchases that get spent over the year. So that is my experience. I have my own, you know, like, obviously everybody's got a checkbook that they need to balance, or I don't know what the kids do nowadays, but I'm of an era, it's still a checkbook. So that's what I have in terms of budgets and experience. I've worked, spent 3.5 years working for the county health department about a decade or so ago. So I'm kind of familiar with the public budgeting process and having to figure out, you know, what that looks like, where the money is coming from, which funds it needs to, you know, be available in, and how it gets allocated. I'm kind of a, you know, weird person. I watch all the city council meetings, and so I am familiar with how they budget. I imagine it's roughly similar. There are a number of funds that things come out of, things go into. You probably got some grant type funding that you have to do certain things for. It is what it is.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, that's concluded part 1. Now we're moving to part 2, which is questions for the board. Are there things you would like to share that we may not have asked, or you feel are important for us to know when considering your candidacy? Do you have any questions for the board? please direct your questions to me, and I will engage the other directors for an answer.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I don't have anything. I thank you for the opportunity to come up here and talk before the board again, and listen to you folks. I've had a great time with the Technology Advisory Council, and I think you guys are running a decent ship, so keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming out. And you still have more time if you want to ask any other questions or.
No, unless you guys said anything else for me, I'm good.
Okay, thank you so very much for coming.
Yep. Thank you all.
At this time, we will engage in public comments. Can we do that, or can we have to wait till 6:45? Okay. There are no questions for public comments. Okay, great. We shall now move to section 6.0. At this time, I would like to recess this special meeting for 5 minutes to reconvene in the Silver Lake Room for an executive session. The session will be to discuss the qualifications of the candidates for the school board director position 1. We will be excluding the public during these deliberations. The anticipated length of the executive session is 30 minutes. And if we should, by any chance, take more or need additional time, I will come back here and extend the meeting. So we are now recessed for 5 minutes to reconvene in Silver Lake. Yeah, you can bring it. Yes, we will be extending for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. We will be extending for 15 minutes. We will now reconvene into this special meeting and conclude the executive session. We will now be moving to section 7.0, which is candidate selection and appointment. Section 7.0, that the Board of Directors select the finalists most suited for the service as director and appoint the candidate to fill the vacancy for position number 1 until the next school director's election in 2025. I would like to ask the secretary to poll the board to vote for the candidate to be appointed to the unexpired term of Board of Director, position 1.
President Lisain,
Roman Revelinsky.
President Mitchell,
Vice President Mitchell says Roman Rovalinsky.
Director Herman,
Roman Revelinsky.
Director Mason.
Roman Romanesky.
It looks as if we had a unanimous vote at this time. I would like to say that we had 5 outstanding candidates. It was very difficult, as you probably guessed and saw. We had to extend the deliberation time 3 times. I appreciate all of the candidates that came out and submitted their names for consideration to this position. This is a position that we do not take lightly, and we really needed the time to deliberate. And I would like to thank each and every candidate that came forward. Thank you so very much. We'll now move to section 8.0, which is adjournment. This concludes the business scheduled to come before the Board of Directors during this special meeting. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, gentlemen.